G'day everyone, back with some more Digimon World 2, where I may have done a bit, just a tad, of off-stream mining, so to speak. So, when we last left off, I was going to do an experiment involving mixing the better BIOS Metal Greymon that we constructed with either a wild Holy Angemon or a Holy Angemon that we constructed mostly out of things we could get from boot domain with boosted stats. And I was going to demonstrate which one resulted in a stronger Digimon. Now, as I expected, the boot domain raised one, despite having one less max level of, it could go to 33 as opposed to 34, the Magnadramon that resulted from it. It had 26 more HP, it was tied with MP and defense, and it had 12 more attack and 5 less speed. So it did in fact come out better by a fair margin, and that's even with one less level, which who knows, could have been like 2 points of speed, made it even closer in that regard, and then more in the others. However, my TISM unfortunately got a hold of me and wouldn't allow me to stop there. And by George, there were holes in their kits, and I couldn't have it. Just couldn't have it. I was like a beaver looking at running water. Just no, ain't having it. So I even mentioned something about that, about wanting to get Necromagic on Heracles Kabuterimon and the Interrupt on Rosemon. Well, as it turns out, I managed to be able to do that, although technically they swapped. This Rosemon used to be, as you might see in the parent section, Heracles Kabuterimon, and this Grand Karolgamon used to be the Rosemon. But we maintained Rosemon and a bug. We just swapped the bug from Vaccine to Virus, which actually makes our team better. It's pretty much the best overall team spread, type-wise, that you can get in the game, as opposed to the second worst, which we had before. Now, it wasn't too bad to do that so I needed Necromagic on Heracles Kabuterimon, so I caught a Wild Soulmon, and I combined it with the Holy Angemon that was left over from the Metal Greymon experiment, and then with a Wild Pumpkinmon, and that made a Rosemon, and then mixed that with Heracles Kabuterimon to turn into an even better Rosemon that had Necromagic on top of the Interrupt and everything that I wanted. As you see, we have Scissor Armor, we have Rosemon's own technique, Genocide Attack, kept Ninja Flower. I actually grabbed a Blossomon instead of a Pumpkinmon. It doesn't matter though. Scissor Arm still has Night Raid, and then Fairy Tail, Hornbuster. This one's not really worth keeping, but even has full HP cuter, which is Seraphimon's technique, which is an AoE full HP recovery for the whole party. Now, Heaven's Heal is more than enough, but just in case something really goes pear-shaped, it's fine to have that, I suppose. And then Necromagics are well set there. And as for this one, it went even smoother than that because we simply caught a wild Atler Coveterimon and merged with Rosemon, which unfortunately went down to Yanmamon instead of to a perfect level. It was a bit annoying. But anyway, that ended up with Rosemon yet again, and then combined with a wild Okubamon to end up here. Now, turning the Magnadramon into Imperial Dramon. So, in the process of ending up with Magnadramon, I realized, oh, you're at 6 DP already. Because the Metal Greymon was at 5. And Imperial Dramon needs 8. And it's also extremely annoying to actually get to the Bloody Fiend. Which meant I would add at least 2 more DP just doing so. Which meant I was free to go to Imperial Dramon. Plus, the Veemon line's sort of the mascot of the game. Now, the monkey wrench in the operation is that to get to Imperial Dramon, you have to come from Veemon. Because while you can DNA into Aerovedramon and Vedramon, you can't get Raydramon or Flaydramon that way. You have to start with a Veemon that has high enough DP to become each of those in turn. Which meant that I had to DNA Magnadramon, theoretically, or I had to DNA from ultimate level down to child level, which really risks mucking over your speed. Luckily, somehow our speed ended up comparable to the other two anyway, so we lucked out a bit there. However, the process to do also, this is my tism again, since we had Holy Tornado, or Holy Blast is what it actually is, from Magnadramon, which is tied for the best AoE in the game. That's not Smiley Warhead. I wanted to get a good single target ultimate level technique as well, so I got Gaia Force from War Greymon. That was the easiest to work with. But unfortunately, since we have to go all the way down to Veemon, we couldn't just say grab a Water Greymon, mix with... Okay, let me just go through the steps. So, caught a Garudamon, combine that with Magnadramon. This let us end up with Hoelmon, or Phoenixmon, whatever you want to call it. So, Hoelmon, that got us Crimson Flame, which is a full HP revival. And similar to Hunger and Death, if they're not KO'd, it'll still full heal them. It's just over twice the MP cost, and it doesn't give them the immunity to damage for the rest of the turn like Hunger and Death does. But either way, we have it. It's still not a bad technique. It's a revive. I mean, it's going to be useful at some point. Most likely. So we had Hoelmon. And then it's like, okay, well now how do I get Gaia Force on the Bloody Thing? So I have to mix it with a War Greymon. So I just caught two wild Metal Greymon and merged them together, and they turned into a Greymon that went all the way up to War Greymon and got Gaia Force. So then I mixed that into Hoomon, into another Hoomon. I think they became Aerovidramon, and then that became Hoomon once again, but with Gaia Force. And then I did the usual because I had to get that down to go from bird type into Vmon, or the Vidramon line in general. It's bird plus dragon, as long as the types line up, of course. It has to go into vaccine, so it couldn't be like a data dragon type. So basically, I had to get an adult level Digimon to DNA with it. So I did the usual, and I did the double Madoki Betamon from boot to main, slap them together, get a level 16 Dark Tyrannomon with uh, boosted stats, and then merge that with the Hormon to get Vmon, and then raised it all the way up here. So yeah, all that took quite a while. Uh, quite a while. But in doing so, we went from like level 30, 35 to 43 to 47. And each of them gained right at anywhere from 60 to 80 or so HP and MP, and about 20 points in their other stats, with the exception of speed, which for the ones that were already at 100 stayed roughly the same. This one went up, of course, because it was like 90 flat, so it went up at 12 as well. But yeah, they got at least 20 points in attack and defense, and then at least 60, closer to 80 plus in HP and MP. So basically, they were already strong enough to clear the final boss. Now they're definitely strong enough to clear the final boss. The lesson that I've learned in all of this was it would have been just simpler for me to demonstrate some of my power recipes instead of sort of doing partial steps that mimic the steps that coincide with steps taken in the speedruns, where they end up with partial versions of my uh, little power recipe technique combination anyway, but not complete. But don't get me wrong, having like only one of them with Necromagic and Heaven's Heal, and then one Scissor arm is already enough to comfortably clear the game. But is what it is. It is what it is. Good news is now we can just boogie. Don't have to worry about grinding anymore. Incidentally, if you need to catch one or more wild Metal Greymons, Bug Domain within the first couple floors will get you plenty of them. Instead of having to go to like floor 5 and up in maybe 6 and up, maybe even higher than that in the File Islands domains. No luck there. So it's a coin flip on whether it's down here or... Okay. That's not so bad. Yeah, there wasn't any getting around there. But I do think the fact that this one, I haven't had to install any stat chips, so getting the triple digit speed, because that's the biggest drop off, is the speed. When you have to DNA down to child level, that's the one that suffers the most. The higher level you can DNA to, the better you can grow your speed, because just the way the percentages of the stats carry over. For all the other ones, especially, okay, attack and defense seem to always be a bit higher every time as it works out, so it doesn't really matter which tier you DNA down to. But HP and MP will actually be higher the lower you go because you get a 30 boost every time you evolve. So they actually come out higher the more times you have to evolve, which means going down to child is gets you the biggest boost for those. But speed is the opposite. Speed suffers. And even in cases where you go ultimate into perfect tier, the speed's likely not going to be any, but maybe a point or two higher than it was before anyway. It's just, for whatever reason, it's a stat that it's kind of difficult to get to grow as well as the others. That being said, they all should be plenty fast enough for the rest of what they'll be doing, because especially since they're not going to be used in the post game, I'll switch files to do that. Yeah, so this one's the one you want to go to get Okubamon, and the other one to get Metal Greymon, and presumably at the Kabuterimon. I can't remember. Of course, you do have to be careful if you're going Digimon hunting in Bug Domain. That what you're looking for is within the first 6 floors, because floor 7 is a boss floor, and you don't want to clear any of the bosses before you activate the glitch. Huh. This is awkward. Glad this one made up for the mess that was that floor. I don't know why I tried that. Those always have a spore right there. Always. Suppose we'll have to try downwards. Yeah, there we go. I think we'll go left. It's convenient that that particular fight of Okuamon gives higher experience than the other one, because the lower experience one is so much more annoying. It's that's a rare case. Usually, the more annoying fight is, as you would expect, with more experience. But that one with the Etamon that loves to confuse and motivate down you, not so much. Huh. Should be up here. Yeah. Ah, that's an interesting fight. So in situations like this where they all three have scissor arm, just in case one of them misses, and to make sure I don't have to worry about speed, I'll just triple up. It is funny that they went in exact order. Well, that was bizarre. That wasn't very nice. Ah, there's Mugen Cannon. So this will continue to attack until he runs out of MP. However, with enemies, they have infinite MP, so it will basically just sort of randomly stop. It seems to be like 3 to 5, like those multi-hit moves in Pokemon, is what it does. It's it's a good attack against a single enemy. I'll say that. Well, okay, it's an arcade attack against a single enemy, but it's completely random, so it's not really worth. It's not really worth bothering with. I tell you, I love Soul Chopper. There's Marine Devimon. Told you we'd be seeing him shortly. He's not a bad design. It's just a shame there's not an aquatic ultimate that's of an equally cool design in the game. It's just Pokemon. So I'm going to have to. Ah, that was silly of me. I have to go back to the room down south and go the other way. I feel like they did a good job with Okuamon's model on the actual dungeon map. It legitimately looks like kind of chunky insect scuttling about on the map, or on the screen rather. Ah, one of these floors. Yep. I'm debating on if it's worth looking around for other stuff, but probably not on this one. I don't remember it having particularly good of loot. Since he moves twice, we can't trick him around the blocks in a way that lets us get out without a fight, so obviously easier to over this one. If you wanted to catch one, these are the perfect position to catch the ones that move twice in. And this one, huh? Yeah, I was about to say, that's weird. So the Cherimon mobs are ones that move once every two of your steps. There's Pokemon. So, so on the contrary, they are useful or handy to catch. Reminder that Tekkamon brings a good technique in MP Destroyer that's useful in the Terror domain. This is on me. I knew that this floor has essentially set pattern when it comes to the mines. There will always be an invisible one along those kind of little paths. One at the bottom and one at the top. So if you can only see one of them, you know that at roughly the other end, also there's always yeah. Here's another example. Okay, there we go. This one. So this one should be bugged out after clearing to where he will still spawn, but he'll just be sitting in the corner. So what people would usually do is capture the Boltmon because it's probably the best thing. Well, it's an ultimate, uh, and he's not in necessary. Okay, he's not really any stronger than other wild Boltmon that you can catch. And obviously, if you just make your own, he's going to be stronger anyway. Except, well, with one exception. In boss fights, it's not their attack, defense, or speed that are boosted at all. Uh, but their HP and MP, which is funny because their MP is infinite, so to speak, are hyperinflated. So they make good DNA fodder if you want to juice up your HP and MP levels. You can catch a couple bosses and mix them into your lines. That way, you only have to worry about attack, defense, and speed, which, let's be honest, will probably be speed for the most part. Holy flame. Now, the thing is, I'm going to save state here, and I'm going to attempt not to until we get back to this point on a second run because I need to test something. I I was going to do it uh, over the weekend, but the training event took so long I just completely forgot about it. But I'm trying to remember whether activating the glitch, because there's a little bit of confusion online of whether you have to autopilot out to activate that particular after clearing the initial clear of that boss, sort of like the Biospatial Greymon respawning, or if it just bugs out anyway. You see conflicting information on it, and I can't remember which one's correct. That being said, I imagine it doesn't matter because I'm pretty sure on my main file, which I've obviously cleared the story with, he still is respawning, so I was just about to say it. Watch it be down in a very annoying spot. We have 2 floors left and plenty of EP. I'm not going to waste missiles or anything to open up a shortcut. So this is the other mob spawn of Pokemon. So he can be with Vamdemon or Grand Kawagamon. Oh no. Might not have enough EP if this nonsense continues. I did not see a floor panel. Okay. Okay. 17 floors, not 16. That was my mistake. As you can see, this treasure floor is not as good as the ones with the stat chips. I do find it funny that his fight is weaker than that first boss that had Pieromon and Mugendramon in it, and the second one which had Boltmon. But it does fit his character, I suppose. Feeling very motivated. Okay, Ram domain is done, which should mean, let's see. Yeah, this isn't supposed to kick off until you clear both of them, but let's see. Does it go here first? Maybe it doesn't go there at all. It's the Colosseum. I said it's the Colosseum. Then the Tamer Club. Sharp as a bowling ball, this one. So yeah, normally this is supposed to not kick off until you've cleared both domains, but it's bugged to where you only have to clear one of them. Or specifically, you only have to clear ROM. Or RAM, rather. It's at this point where you finally get some lore dump to the backstory of what's going on here. Just a tad. You kind of it's all very backloaded. Now, I'm pretty sure after clearing ROM domain is when you, storyline wise, have to complete the Colosseum. But before that, let's see how Bug Domain is still lit up, even though the story has moved on to ROM Domain now. You can go in Bug Domain as many times as you want. The bosses will be glitched out, and you can catch stuff. Speaking of, I actually think, okay, I don't know for 100%, and I'm not really in a position to test it live on stream. Otherwise, we'll be doing the same thing over multiple times to experiment. But I would go ahead and clear ROM domain before tinkering with bug domains, the glitched out bug domain, because um, there's a chance that it might actually clear on you if you haven't cleared ROM yet. Because clearing ROM is definitely the trigger that locks in the glitch. Or, or if it hasn't already been locked in, it definitely will if you've cleared ROM domain. So just to be safe, you might want to go ahead and clear it. That being said, I'm pretty sure ROM domain should still be glitched as well. Now, I don't remember if the first boss is, but at the very least, the Boltmon boss, the middle one, should be. So I'm going to attempt to check and see for certain. Uh, what kind of bug? Memory. I believe I've tried that before and failed just the same in trying to go that path to get around. Okay, that was good. Usually a box in that left corner. Wasn't this time. Okay. Sometimes rooms like that can have a spore. Usually, if it does have a trap, though, it'll be a boulder trap blocking it off. And obviously, those are already there. They don't jump out and spook you. Okay, we've made it back to floor 7, so we'll at least be able to see. Wait. I thought I. Maybe I'm seeing things. Maybe I'm seeing things. Okay. That one is in fact gone, but it's this next one that is the one people would catch. Oh dear, what a room, what a room. Virus Seedramon just being Mega Seedramon with a slightly muted tone and sunglasses on amuses me quite a bit. Another one of these rooms. How interesting. These rooms are so terrible if you want to try to catch something, though, because they're impossible. Because as soon as you step in, there's a fight. Except with the Cherrymon and other things that take 2 steps, or take 1 step to yield 2. But, I like these rooms. They're simple and more or less always the same. Okay, so you notice how the text was kind of glitched a bit there? There's something to sell. That should mean that the bug is quote unquote working. Looks like all of the mines popped up this time. Now, do be warned, these glitched bosses will take, I want to say 3 toy planes just to get a small heart. So you'll need to like shoot like 9 into them if you wanted a large heart and you didn't want to say save state it. I would recommend just save stating it because unless you've done, uh, unless you're a grinder like me, then yeah, there he is. So he'll be here every time, and you'll be able to catch any of those you want. So you can send a plane. We'll go ahead and save state because I'm not. I'll show you 1 doesn't cut it. See, I'm pretty sure it's 3 you'll ultimately have to do to get a small heart. And every boss in bug domain will be bugged out that way. After clearing wrong, of course. Yeah, the bug domain being glitched out is obvious because it stays lit up and glowing even after you've cleared the game. So that's obviously something went awry. But RAM domain, since it clears normally, and it's just that middle boss for whatever reason that glitches out. I'm fairly certain the final one doesn't, but the middle one's the one that has anything that would be interesting to catch. It's a shame the first one isn't, because uh, I imagine a lot of people would love to catch Mugen Dramon or Pierromon from him before they're properly available in the wild. That being said, it's not like it's difficult to get Pierromon, at least, because, well, I've showed you multiple ways to get Phantomon, and he becomes Pierromon. Instantly, Tekamon also becomes Pieromon. So let's head to Rom Domain, shall we? I'll. I should have done this before. There's also 17 floors in Rom Domain. Surprisingly enough, the maximum experience you can gain here, non-boss experience, is actually lower at 613 than is available in RAM Domain. It really is strange. This one's very data focused, whereas RAM Domain is virus, as you might have noticed, and bug domain is vaccine. But yeah, 17 floors again. And after clearing this is when we can trade a Metal Seedramon for Metal Garurumon that has Venom Infusion, which, a reminder, is terribly glitched out, um, at, at least in the vanilla game. So let's see. Ah, I forgot about this. Starting in this, I'll just load state. From this point on, we're going to need level 5 mag and drill missiles. So, fortunately, Wave Missile 5 isn't available yet. It's more expensive, though, so it's. Uh, okay, it should be. If it follows this pattern, it'll be 2,500. But getting one mag missile and one drill missile is 3,000. Honestly, I think overall you're probably better just to buy the mag missile and then drill missiles, because it's mostly the mag ones you need. You need less of the drill ones. Drill ones are usually just to speed up clearing a room, whereas the mag missiles are usually to let you clear the room in the first place because you got into a bad floor that is impossible without it. Of course, you can get all of the Z cannon ammunitions as well. Don't need these anymore because all three Digimon have interrupts. Those either. We're going to get rid of the tier 4 ones. Now we have plenty of room. Okay. Just, that looks fine to me. Pretty sure there's no more parts you'd want to go to. Ah, the Mammoth engine's available now. This is the last engine you can get before post game. But a reminder, so we're right now at um, let's see, yeah, we're at 3,200 HP. So for 99,000 bits. Almost half of our current money. And that's after a absolute ton of grinding, by the way. We get 800 more HP. It just isn't worth it. Of course, we have the tires, we have all of this stuff. So this is the data one. Let me check. Yeah, we can find the wild metal Digimon on floors 12 and 13. So if I'm going to demonstrate the trade, need to keep that in mind. I'll buy 2 more toy planes just So there's this trade and then the Skull Greymon for Mugendramon, but that's post game. And Skull Greymon is not difficult to find. You find him from floor 1 in Ram Domain, so. Okay. Just starting us off early here. Okay, that's nonsense. That's just bollocks, is what that is. Piximon. I'm actually going to use the drill missile. Because again, you're going to use those less than the magnetic ones. I intended to check that one, but my finger moved on its own. Nothing in that room anyway, so we'll go up. We'll go across. We'll go up. Only one boss in this domain. As you might have seen when I was flipping over to its page. This little layout, this little room type, or layout type, whatever you want to call it, holds just a ton of nostalgia for me because the first room of SCSI domain is always that floor type, and that's the first domain you're doing on your own after the boot domain tutorial, which is also quite nostalgic. I'm glad that you can re-enter boot domain and catch the wild ones in there with, and if they have boosted stats to, I guess, slightly provide a little bit of friction to your team of triple perfect levels that they give you to use in that domain. Two out of three of which are in this mob encounter. Speaking of Marimons, because Blue Marimon was there. Ah, lovely. So Fladermon's attack, Flame Rockets, is tied with Meramon's Fireball for the strongest, um, well, the second strongest adult tier technique. They're both surpassed very slightly by um, Crimson Claw from Digimon, which is just flat out a single target perfect tier attack AP wise. So it's almost cheating. Of course, in return, it costs quite a bit more MP. But yeah, I used to be under the impression that Mega Flame from Greymon and similar such skills were the top, but now Flaming Rockets and Maramon's attack are a tier above them still. And reminder, Davidramon's attack can transfer. Well, transfer implies it's taking it off the Crimson Claw user and putting it on whoever it hits, but it just copies the status abnormalities, whether it's stun, confusion, or poison, or all three, because it can do multiple at once. Okay, that was. I thought that was going to be a lot more annoying than it winded up being. Speaking of winding up more annoying than trying to catch a wild metal Seedramon is going to, because I'm pretty certain they move twice. So I'm not looking forward to that. And we are moderately rapidly approaching. Okay, I wonder if he would stick still on a fire floor. Or maybe he counts as neutral, so it doesn't matter. Wait, really? Bloody bug nest. We were smooth sailing. We were cruising even. Okay, remember floor 12 and 13. One of these. One of these. Just remember we'll have. So I need to watch out for that. Getting lower on HP. Oh, also, Scorpiomon has been renamed to Anomalocarimon. Ah, energy bug. You hate to see it. At least he wasn't a return bug. Imagine. afraid this bug is going to stick around for a while. Yeah, see, there's... Honestly, that one was catchable if I had paid attention. This is odd because this is not the floor they're supposed to appear on, but who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Yeah. You need 2 steps because they need 2 planes. Oh, bollocks. But yeah, that one was my shot. But unfortunately, is the chart just wrong? Or I guess the chart's just wrong. Or rather, it left off floor 10 for whatever reason. Wait. Yeah, this is ROM domain. Yeah, this is what's normally supposed to be on this floor. Shame none of those were like machine floors. He might have stayed pat there, but wasn't meant to be. Probably not, because Mega Seedrumon's definitely considered water specialty. So, and he didn't stick to his floor, so. Power disk. Didn't see a panel in that room. Let's try empty. Like me wallet. Ah, there we go. Just about. DNA down chip. Not bad. Well, depending. So you might wonder, when would I ever use something like that? Okay, this one should be fine. There we are. Now the trouble is this the encounter that we can catch, or is it the other one? And how long am I going to reset before it becomes apparent? Now, the one that had the heart on it is the one that got to us first. So I'm going to assume, oh, there's that word. I'm going to presume, there's a different word, that this one is the one that is catchable. Okay. So that was exceedingly lucky that we didn't have to guess. Now I'm concerned of how the rest of this stream's going to go. Or maybe it's just a little bit of payback for how horrendous the luck has been this playthrough in its entirety. Ah, and the punishment begins. I see how it is. Also would have been a good room to catch it in. But hindsight and all that. Yeah, just can't quite get away from them if they can move twice. There's the perfect one to catch if you need it. Either of those would have been fine to catch as well. You just need a very large room with space enough to throw multiple gifts. And no, there's no heart size bonus or anything like that. Say those are data types. So say you have the A rank data gift and you have a toy plane, which is the A rank for anything. They're going to provide the same amount of heart as each other, which is why I said last stream that once you get to Device Storm and they start selling the toy planes, that it just makes all other gifts irrelevant. Because from then on, you'll just want to do the toy planes. I don't recall these room layouts. Going to save state just because. Yeah, this is. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I gotta say, that was pretty special because I've played. I probably have, by this point, 4,000 hours in this game, something like that. A ton of time in this game. Ton. And I do not recall that floor layout. It must be exceedingly rare and only in that dungeon. And probably just that floor. Maybe it could be in Terra Domain as well. What it was clearly was just a spin off of a treasure room. So yeah, Crimson basically absorbed the data of the dying Chaos Generals after we beat them, and presumably the remains of Chaos Lord, which was the red Mugandramon looking thing that we also took down. Uh, double scissor arm him to get him down defensively and become this bizarre creature. Now, this thing actually became an, or an official Digimon. Chaos Dramon, I want to say is what it's called, with a slight redesign, but it's clearly based off of Neo Crimson, which is neat. I'm pretty sure he counts as. virus, which means Rosemon will do the least amount of damage, so I'll have her on Buster duties. All right, you can do that. Your guess is as good as mine for what the point of that attack is. So tough now, are you lads? So basically, his whole issue was, okay. So the surprise about this game is it actually is a sequel to Digimon World One. So if you, it just takes place at some undisclosed period of time after. So Digimon World 1 in the story is basically, people discovered the digital world. Namely, the villain Analog Man did, and he's the one that came up with Mugindramon, because he was experimenting. Uh, Lore-wise, all the early cyborg Digimon, like Metal Greymon, Metal Mummymon, and the like, were due to him experimenting, and they were prototypes for Mugindramon. And anyway, after your player character gets back after defeating Analog Man, presumably he tells people about it, and then they set up research stations, the typical stuff to try to explore the new world. And that eventually leads to here, where every human in every human character in this game were researchers slash military people, as for security, bodyguard reasons, that got trapped here and became amnesiac, and basically just built these cities, or this city, to survive, and then established the three guard towers and stuff. And Crimson got his memory back and wanted to go home, so he thought if he caused enough issues, I don't know, it was something about he partnered up with Chaos Lord and they were like corrupting each other or something. But either way, they were ultimately being manipulated by what is going to be the final story boss. Incidentally, Digimon World 3 is also a sequel to these, surprisingly. So the reason, so that might sound obvious. Well, of course, it's Digimon World 1, 2, and 3. Well, of course they'd be like sequels to each other. You would expect that. But they're also different gameplay wise, that people tend to just say, oh no, they share a name, but are otherwise unconnected. But no, there's a narrative line that's going through, thin as it may be, admittedly. But 3 is even further in the future than this one is, where the kinks have been worked out and they've gotten so used to exploring the digital world and stuff that it's become almost a theme park, I guess you could say, or a game that kids can play and sort of explore in and stuff, which is explains Digimon World 3 setting. All right, to trade. Hmm. Uh, no, it becomes available after. Let me just double, triple check. Right now, I can't quite recall whether there's something we need to trigger that suggests. Yeah, Kim's missing as well as Gaia. And of course, it's Tina who came here in the first place. I should have done this while I was here. 5 will do. And that for emergencies. I don't think there's any more reason to go here, but this is a hint of what's coming up, though. So if you want more lore and stuff, uh, unlike I've done, you can go back here and talk to Anjumon and anyone else that happens to be here. Get a little bit more flavor. But yeah, so before when we got stuck before when we were wanting to go to File Island, and then it's like, oh, you got to talk to Leomon. The hint to that was speaking to Bertrand, and he hinted at it here. But from what I recall, there's no such tip that you need to go finish the Colosseum to move forward from here. I will check. Maybe there's dialogue here. That's some good advice. Getting healing techniques. Ah, I guess there's your hint. Keep training at the Coliseum and become rank 9 Chief Tamer. I will say that's much less uh, overt a hint as Bertrand's speak to Leomon thing. I wouldn't count that little dialogue as a hint because, of course, Leomon wants you to fight in the arena. He runs the bloody thing. Well, let's do just that, shall we? You know, the drill triple duo scissor claw to open. Rude. It's a shame that she missed because she was the one that would have done the most damage too. Them's the breaks. Honestly, I bet Rose Spear will finish them. Yeah, I think that'll do it. I think that'll do it. So really, the rest of the arena isn't so bad once you get to this point. Like I said, we could have finished it earlier when we had Waymon, Okua, or Waymon, Grand Kawagamon, and Holy Angemon was good enough to finish it. Now, admittedly, there would have been um, we would have needed a tad bit of luck in the final fight of rank 9, but honestly, even this party might, because you'll see once we get there. You'll see once we get there. It's quite cheeky. Interesting, they all have the exact same defense, apparently. Pseudocorn with the lame team. His team was better before. It had both Lilymon and Megaseedramon. And I like Tricaramon quite a bit too, honestly. It's just the only thing that holds that it makes me very sad that he doesn't have an ultimate in this game. It's a shame. Who doesn't love dinosaurs? Apparently the devs cry every time. But yeah, in looking the at least as best I could find list of all the Digimon that were currently in existence within a year of this game's development, there was no data type ultimate that would have really fit the dinos, so they would have had to have come up with one or just made them type swap, like um, where Garurumon going to Metal Garurumon goes from vaccine to data. Patamon going to Angemon goes from data to vaccine. And Ice Leomon going into Saber Leomon is from vaccine to data. That was rank 8. And here we go. And as you might expect, we're going against the guard team leaders here, where you'll be greatly amused to find out, well, you'll see. And yeah, strangely, we've got Pinocchimon with 2 child level. Now, they're souped up, super souped up even, but it is still an odd choice. Ah, one rounded. They were weaker than any of the previous ranks fights. I would have threw Hagurumon in there. It wasn't just Pico Devimon's fault, mate. So here's the interesting thing is also it always goes in this order no matter which one you pick. Um, it's always Black Sword, then Silver Cross, and then Blue Falcon. And again, presumably because Blue Falcon is the canonical choice for your character. Um, so they just, I don't know, just didn't bother designing alternate teams and alternate orders to make sure that your guard captain was the final one you face. But that's fine. The interesting thing is, Mr. Silvercross, rah rah vaccine type leader, is using a data team. What's up with that? Now, this might go ahead and give you a little tip off of what's going to happen. Yeah, there is arguably the best attack in the game that's just a raw damage attack. Smiley Bomb, because it's triple Gaia Force when the counter gets triggered. It's obscene. But yeah, for some inexplicable reason, Vander is using data instead of vaccine, and then Cecilia, the Blue Hawks leader, or the Blue Falcons leader rather, which is supposed to be the data type team, is using triple vaccine. And one does wonder if it's just because, it's the devs realize, data type are so weak, we can't make them be the final challenge. Yeah, so Magnadramon, Digimon, and Marine Angemon. This is legitimately a difficult fight because they can all fully heal and they can all revive. So you have to try and kill them all at once, essentially. Because you can't even get by with Genocide Attack and it's Stop Healing because they use the heals that aren't heals so much as their HP resets. So yeah, you just have to hope that they don't heal until one of them. Usually they're good about not healing until one of them gets KO'd. Also, you need to watch about that, which is yet another reason why I try to make certain that Blast. Luckily, she's the one doing the most damage, so okay, good. Now, that seemed easy. If one of them had survived, and let's say the other one missed and didn't finish them, the revivals would have started, then revive, full HP revive, full heal, the works, and all three of them can do it. And then you have Marine Angemon that can motivation down everyone, and if everyone can't use their strongest skills, then you're never going to out damage their healing. So uh, that went so easy just because I did all the Tizumi steps over the weekend and got that much stronger. But if I hadn't, honestly, uh, the team before this probably still would have been fine. But at the Waymon Grand Kawagamon Holy Angemon team would have had more difficult time. Uh, Still doable, obviously, but they would have had a bit more trouble. Not least of which because there would be a data type on the team to do extra damage to them. But so yeah, we didn't really get to show off how difficult that fight was, but that's a good thing because if she does get a chance to show it off, you could be in for a long one. Let's see, that should, yeah. So here's where they lore drop all the stuff I've already told you mostly. So now we have a new shuttle right here that will take us to the penultimate story dungeon. Just a reused room from the archive ship that takes us to File Island. Yeah, so we do this one, and then obviously the one in the top right is the final story domain. New look for the domain floors, as well as new music. Very ominous, very spoopy. Also, these domains are really interesting because they sort of take you through memories lane, and you go every single wild Digimon encounter that isn't exclusive to Terra Domain, the post game dungeon. You can find here. So I won't call it a good place to catch Digimon because, on the contrary, it can be really annoying because there are 22 floors, most of which are like this, which is a good thing because it means they're short. But it also means you got a 50-50 shot of which direction is the exit. Usually it's up or down, though. And you do have to watch a bit for mines and spore traps and the like. Mostly in the next domain over this one, but this one can sneak up on you a bit. So yeah, you get to see every encounter that you could have encountered to this point in the game that isn't a boss, of course. And the funny thing is, this tower is 22 floors, but the final one is only 20 floors. So, only as if that isn't still quite a bit. And now we're at the point where we start getting some varied floors. And I went the wrong way, as I am wont to do. After we get past this floor, we'll be halfway. Can't get past that one because of the mine. This we just tanked it, which, again, taking the red mines is ill-advised. They can do a number, a rather large number, with 4 digits. Well, there were my tires. If we encounter any acid swamps, which we might, never can tell, then I might have to use a pot fix on that. Let's go my pot, Waymon. Just had to go through one swamp there, so I wasn't too fussed about one of these. Huh. Now, there's very likely a bomb or something in the center here. Yeah. Did that say bee bug? So that's a bit bug. I put down. Correct choice. Okay. Was I saying... I got distracted. Was I saying something about Waymon's skill? Or... Ah, here, now this is new. This is where you can get wild. The first time you can get wild War Greymon. Two more floors. Empty. Hate to see it. Penultimate floor. And Wild Boatmon. I think you might could have found Wild Boatmon already. I wouldn't swear to it though. And this should be the final floor. Maxine Candy. Ah, Heracles Calbuteriumon. That's another unique mob for this. You thought you had me there, didn't you? And this one, Wild Pinocchimon, Grand Kawagamon, Metalitamon. Certain, a fair number of people will like at least one of those. And here we are. So, which Guardian you fight is based off of what your guard squad is. Now, originally, possibly in addition to fighting these Guardians, you were intended to fight. Uh, yeah, that works. You were intended to fight one of the quote unquote Ubers as well. So, like, for Virus, that would be Diaboromon. For Vaccine, it would be Omegamon. And for Dat, it'd be Baihumon. And they would have all their skills and, I believe, actual proper encounters. At least one of the hacks restores those encounters to this domain. Uh, but you can't catch this version of them. You have to catch them in Terra domain. So you get a preview of something you can have. If I recall correctly, the Virus Guardian is the toughest one. Because I believe he's capable of. Probably could have stood to try to get her a decent single target technique, but again, all these problems would have been solved if I just would have did the power recipe to begin with instead of being silly. But I was trying to be efficient. Show you don't really have to grind all that much to complete the story. So yeah, Overlord Gaia is a computer system that went a bit bonkers, went a bit Skynet. And it's what trapped everyone here, and it's what manipulated Crimson and Chaos Lord into essentially doing its bidding, even though they thought they were making their own choices. I believe it's Let's check our. Oh, right. What a terrible trade. Metal Seedramon for Metal Garurumon. Just complete rip off. His stats are okay though, although I think the Wild Metal Seedramon was just as good. Because again, at this point in the game, the Wild Digimon are all sort of boosted stats a bit compared to the usual. That's why um, catching the Wild Holy Angemon and leveling it up wasn't actually too different from just making one from scratch from the boot domain stuff. Now, there was a difference, but it wasn't super pronounced. In fact, if you got a little lucky about which uh, carryover, because there's a bit of variance with that, it may have been even closer. But yeah, he has this, which you never want to use in the vanilla game. Uh, if you're going to play one of the hacks, make sure to check their readmes and stuff to see if they mention anything about this one. Most of them, maybe even including this one, probably including this one, actually have fixed it so it is usable, although I still wouldn't call it good unless they completely rework the skill. And this, I feel like, is just a rip-off technique because it's 60 MP and it hits. It's got roughly the same AP as Night Raid does, despite being a tier higher technique. And it's important to do that trade here if you're going to do it because so it only becomes available after you've reached rank 9 in the Colosseum and gotten the access to the Kernel Zone. But before you beat the final boss, because then a different trade takes over. So it's probably the shortest window trade in the game. And as for getting Skull Greymon, I suppose I could do that right now just to have him to handle the final trade. I believe we have a toy plane on us. It shouldn't take but the one. Of course, I get into a floor that doesn't have any fights on it. Could have been one and done, but no. Has to be cheeky. Oh, I went to the wrong one anyway. Silly me. I knew something was weird. It's like, wait a minute, bug domain? That doesn't seem right. You go to RAM domain. Okay. Take out Gigadramon first. Ah, wrong order. Needed Rosemond to go first. Not quite. Thought that would have. Well, let Gaia Force finish it. Full to the power of what you could have been. But you had to be all nasty. So that's ready for the final trade. And this one even looks different than the other one. Well, it's just a palette swap of the other one, but still. It's the thought that counts, isn't it? What could you be? EP. Yeah, that one was on me because I forgot that. Okay, this one isn't like the other one in that it actually has proper floor layouts. So even though there are less floors, it's not necessarily um, all that quicker to get through. On the contrary, it could be just as tismy. Or, how interesting. The floor panel is here. That's a rarity. Also, you might need to save state in every floor, just because this domain and Terra domain, honestly, I'd recommend save stating before each floor panel on both of them. Are just, they really love to just bend you over. See, that was a return bug that we couldn't have got past because there was another bug nest up there, and I'm pretty sure it is also guaranteed to be a return bug. But that was uh, that was on me. Okay, none there. See, we've already had to use two Magnusiles in this one. Failed runs can add up quick monetarily. That's why you got to be careful. Okay, he stepped there, which leads me to believe there's not an invisible spar because generally they won't step on them or cat. Okay, just a memory bug. Joke's on you, we're not catching anything except a cold. I'm hoping not to, but we'll probably have to use another mag missile. Like I said, this domain is it's worthy of being the final one. Yeah. Floor 3, and we've already had to use 3. It's also not okay. Good. It's usually not very kind about actually refunding you, so to speak. Okay. Glad I chose the correct one there. Ah, mercifully. The more of these floors you get, the better, because they're just free and easy. Low amount of steps. Ah, you beauty. Now, all this being said, do be warned, Terra Domain, while generally it doesn't troll you as much as this domain does, it does have actual floor layouts. And not only that, but often very long ones. Which means, unless you're going to save state scum said floor layouts, then my nemesis, this layout, then you're going to need to bring the big EP packs, plenty of those, because even with the upgrades you'll be getting for your Digibeetle, okay, even with the upgrades you're going to get to your Digibeetle, you'll very likely need more juice to reach floor 99. Ah, this could go quickly, or this could go very poorly. Okay, that's a relief. Like I said, this domain's usually pretty stingy about giving those back, but by golly, will it sure make you spend them. EP bug again. We have to be careful because, again, we're not even halfway yet. So we can't be using up too much more energy if we can help it. Okay. That is a very common encounter in the first few floors of Terra Domain. You get spammed. I'm actually going to drill missile here just because I'm concerned about our energy levels. Okay, it's a quick floor. I think if I had have checked Device Store before heading here, that there would be one more battery that got you to 4,000 EP, uh, which is generally comfortable enough to clear this pretty handily. Ah, one of these. These take up a lot of steps. Let's try it again. Okay, so I can already tell you we can't go that way again. Or, well, we could, but I'm not going to. Double wall game on. And there's the Ice Leomon. So this is kind of a cheeky little encounter. You have to take out the Ice Leomon first, or he's going to keep healing the War Greymon as you try to knock him over. Which, generally, if you're going to catch one of them, it's probably going to be the War Greymon. So like, that's the most. These rooms are merciful because we know that the floor panel. Also, the Pinocchimon runs away from you. Like Phantomon does. Why he does, just despite Woodmon and Cherrymon both running towards you, I haven't the foggiest. Not a single solitary clue. We're in the home stretch now. I can maybe relax slightly about our EP amount, but I don't know. Maybe it's too soon to do so. Wasn't really a way around that. Wasn't really a way around it. Like I said, these floors are just fresh breaths of fresh air, as they're really simple and quick. Okay, should be two more floors. See, two uh, forced return bugs in the domain is too cheeky. Too cheeky. Ah, there's a big one. The wild Magnetron, wild Hormon as well. Now, there are treasure here. Well, you'll see. No, never mind. It's a different one. So this lad is quite tanky, or would be if we didn't have Scissoron. And he also hits really hard if we didn't have Hornbuster. But even then, uh, he could sneak up on you if you're not careful. And if you're not as juiced up as we are. Honestly, I should Hornbuster with Rosemon because she doesn't otherwise have a good single target attack. Yay, we beat the game, right? Right? Where are the credits? Uh-oh. Now the real final fight. And trust me, you will want to take those bloody arms out. Now, one of you should have tidal wave. Is it you? It is you. Okay. So the arms can lower your attack and defense, kind of canceling out this method, and they can also heal. Should you be aware of that? It's not a guarantee, but that they do any of that, but they can. Probably a mistake, but to do it this way, but I suppose we'll see. Yeah. And he can revive them, by the by, so to keep that in mind. Hopefully, we're able to take him down before he does so. And we did. Look at that EXP. Too bad we're all capped out. You hate to see it. Uh-oh. Fancy cutscene. What is this, Final Fantasy? There's one angry boy. So he basically hits the Doomsday button. But, luckily, we get a little... And everybody died. No, everybody gets saved because of the good Gaia that Kim repaired. So that entire bit wasn't actually useless. Trippy. Notice how Cecilia is the one that gets most of the dialogue out of the three commanders. They really couldn't have made it more obvious what the canon choice of team was, which is so funny considering how Dat is by far the weakest type in the game. Now, the interesting thing here is you're able to freely enter all 3 God squads now, which also means you can purchase any rank A gift type. Now, remember toy planes are 8,000 apiece? Look at this price, 3,400. This is why you might still want to get the individual gifts. It's just if you're doing post game dungeon and you run around, you level and stuff up and doing shenaniganery like that, you're going to the fights you're going to do give you so much money that it's just more convenient to buy toy planes. That being said, that is the remaining use for the level A individual gifts. So yeah, you can go to all 3 of them. So yeah, you do. Uh, Also, let's go ahead and do the final trade in the game. A Skull Greymon for his evolution Mugendramon. Stout fella. And he comes with another bad interrupt because it doesn't work. I'm pretty sure you could see in action. Yeah, you literally saw in action when we faced Neo Crimson, where he used this attack against us, but our attacks, while it missed, we still got the action. So it was just luck that it missed, but it still was going to. If we had missed, it still would have attacked. So it's not even one of those, oh, it works for the enemies. No, it's just bugged in general. It just doesn't work. It doesn't do what it's supposed to. It doesn't stop the action. If it did, it would be a better version of a non-bugged version of this, because effectively they do the same thing. The difference is Scissor Claw, the Giga Scissor Claw, would have actually done damage. So yeah, that's the final trade in the game. And now, one last thing before we're done with this save file at least, and that is after clearing the game, you can get the ultimate Digibeetle parts. So everyone in the game, every NPC in the game is going to have at least 2, maybe 3 new bits of dialogue. So um, the important NPCs at least, not counting the Guard Squad commandos. So to get this started, also he's taking over Chief Carroll's position. And that's a hint that you should speak to everyone, essentially. Now, if you speak to Bertrand, it will kick off getting the ultimate Digibeetle parts. If you want to see all the dialogue, then talk to everyone except Bertrand twice each until their dialogue doesn't change anymore. And then talk to him um, probably twice, and then he'll give you the first of the parts, and then you go along to everyone else. So I'll let you do that on your own time, so I don't waste your time. But so we'll start with talking to Bertrand. And now we talk to him again. Now, after this, we go to Device Dome. So we go to Device Dome. And we talk to Ken. Let's see. Then we go to Zudocorn, who should be at the Tamers Club. After that, we go back to Device Dome to talk to Professor Peyote. Okay. And after that, we return to File City and speak to Astina in Gigimon's house. Also, here's this domain is new to this specific ROM hack. It's an extra dungeon. There's also an extra dungeon in the Colonel Zone, which is you find wild versions of the Guardians and you can refight the final boss there. And there are also really good treasure chests there, although each of them needs a level 5 mag missile to acquire. So do keep that in mind. And then she gives you the first of the ultimate parts, the whale battery. And now we head to Angemon. And he gives you your new toolbox so you can hold more items. Now back to Device Dome for Technodonna. And I believe she gives the engine. And lastly, Chief Engineer Maestro at the gate. And he'll give you your ultimate RAM. That's right, he's going to download more RAM for you. What a lad. What a little trooper. Now, let's currently, Digibeetle has 3200 HP, 3000 EP. We currently have 8 slots for Digimon in the Beetle and 40 item slots. So when we... Oh, that's a bit of a jump, isn't it? 3200 to 9999. Oh, what about that? 3000 to 9999. Oh, 8 to 12? Oh, 40 to 48? That one's more expected, but the others are huge jumps. Huge, even. Ginormous, even. And now we can sell those old pots for, as well as, don't need that, don't need that. Any of these. Look at that, made quite a chunk of change back. Was it 70k? Selling all that back. And now our Digibeetle is monstrous. And you'll need every bit of it to try and conquer the terror that is Terror Domain. This, also like the glitched out bug domain, will never not glow red. Even if you clear floor 99, it will still remain red. Also, notice how bug domain is still like this. Even if we clear it, it will also remain like this. As for the other unique to this domain, so Terra Domain is the typical post-game dungeon. 99 floors, just shenaniganery everywhere. But Dark Tower and the Mount Infinity on File Island are both unique to this um, ROM hack. So you can see, while the Chaos Generals, and they are catchable, so I guess that's the way you can have Black War Greymon in this ROM hack, or at least closest you can get. Although he's Vaccine instead of Virus, like he's supposed to be. You'll also find wild versions of the Guardians. There's Chaos Pieramon. And naturally, these fights all give obscene amounts of experience. I forget how many floors. I think, yeah. See, here's the issue. Every run takes at least one Magmissile, and they don't really replace themselves. Because for some reason, the treasure chests in here, for the most part, are pretty garbo. Yeah, so you need 2 just to get to the boss, and then there's 1 for each of those chests. I believe those chests are at least worthwhile, perhaps. And then you can fight Chaos Lord over, and then The floor after this is where you can find the wild guardians and then Gaia and stuff again. So yeah, there's not really anything besides that to show in this domain. So I'll show you Mount Infinity and Terra Domain on the other file, which I'll also show you my at least one of my power recipes. They're roughly the same. I guess we could check what these are. Yeah, that was not spectacular. Yeah, so the um, treasure chests clearly aren't worth it in this domain. Perhaps also, yes, you can catch Chaos Lord and the Mugen Dramons. Good start. This fight's a bit annoying because they all use Mugen Cannon, so each of their turns takes just forever and a day because they can attack up to 5 times each. And there's this. He can lower your attack power. Luckily, Mist stopped that mess from happening. Ah, a lot of missing going on, strangely enough. So yeah, his attack's going to be tickling them now, so that's no good. I hope I scrolled down low enough. I'll see, you probably won't do much better. Yeah. It's not a difficult fight, just can be an annoying one if he spams lowering your attack because they all have inflated boss HP. It's not quite enough. There's no need to redo the Gaia fights because yeah, the Guardians should be on this floor, and then the Gaia will be on the next. Treasure chests are still terrible. Yeah. Okay, so that's Neo Crimson. Ah, yeah, it's this floor. So basically, the Guardians are all by the lonesome. There's the data one, so you fight that one if you do Blue Falcon, and then there's a Virus one that's kind of a chunky brawler looking guy. So floor 5 presumably of either. But anyway, the final boss is the exact same, so you just saw that. No need to really Make a fuss. Yeah, so the data one's annoying because that attack just halves whatever your current HP is, and there's just nothing you can do about it. So it's quite the annoyance. So maybe the data one's the one that's so annoying because it can do that. I'm trying to remember. I think the Virus one's bad to guard a lot, but I don't think it. Ah, it might have a counter attack that's like Leomon's, which means it's a bit dangerous. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, okay. No healing for us. Oh well. I don't think there's really any need to show any more here. Regardless. Hey, an EP pack 1. You think we need 100 more EP? Maybe. I think that starts again. Yeah. But yeah, that's how you beat the main story. Let's have a look at our winning team one last time. Again, techniques to look out for: scissor arm, hornbuster, um, tidal wave, if you like, heaven's heel, necromagic. Those are the so scissor arm, hornbuster, heaven's heel, necromagic. Will getting those four alone will basically carry you. I would recommend. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it in a reasonable way to get it on all three, but I also highly recommend Soul Chopper because it's a very strong attack. It's just below Raidramon's attack in AP when it comes to perfect tier single target attacks. It's only 20 MP and it recosts itself for free when it gets KOs. Up to twice more, obviously. Just a brilliant attack, and honestly, half the time, or oftentimes, I'd use it over the ultimate level single target techniques because it's still good enough. It'll get the job done, even in like Terra Domain often. Yeah, but besides that, if you can get a good AoE ultimate technique and a single target ultimate tier technique, those will fill out your roster, your move set quite nice. The best counterattack in the game comes from Prince Mummimon, and he's fairly easy to get into and out of. So um, that's good news. These, if you want some extra survivability, your best bet is getting Hung on Death from Digimon. You can actually catch Digimon in Terra Domain and merge it with most data things to end up with Prince Mamemon. So that way you'll have Smiley Warhead and Hung on Death on one. And then again, Prince Mamemon's pretty handy about being able to branch off into other things. At least data and Virus wise. You'll see pretty much all of this in action when I go over power recipe though. And reminder, quick way to get your first Scissor Arm Ohm is to use the trade Megadramon with the Yanmamon that you have to catch for story anyway. And there you go, free Okuamon that actually turns into a Grand Kawagamon, even though he doesn't learn X Scissor Claw. Even that alone will significantly carry the game for you. Uh, I would recommend not doing what I did with the Metal Mamumon and instead using it. You can catch a wild Kunimon, raise it up into a Kawagamon, or a wild Kawagamon and just raise him up. But either one works. And then merge that with the Metal Mamumon, and then boom, you've got a second Okuamon that can use Scissor Arm Ohm. If you don't want to use two of the same type of Digimon, which I get it, then you can turn one of them into the Kabuterimon line easily enough. And then at least you have different looking bugs. Bios Metal Greymon with a Wild Woodmon gets you a Waymon. Although, honestly, overall, I think it would be better just to bite the bullet and build a better Bios Metal Greymon, which I showed you how to do last stream. If you're trying to get into the Vmon line to make Imperial Dramon, just be prepared that it's going to be annoying, and there might be multiple tedious steps you have to get to, and then you have to DNA down to child level to get Vmon. You can't stop at a higher tier because there's no DNA recipes that go into Flaydramon or Raydramon, unfortunately, and Vidramon and Aero Vidramon do not go into the line either. It's a separate line. Oh, this is... Huh? Oh, they traded away the Metal Seedramon that we... oopsie. Also, if you're going to trade and you say a traded Digimon and say you're using the Digimon of that type and also have an extra one to trade with, put the one that you're going to use in the server temporarily because the one that they take for the trade is from the Digibeetle. So, luckily, we weren't actually using him because we just made a new third one instead, but otherwise there would have been extremely costly mistake. I thought something was funky there. Oopsie. Also, there's no rank 10 in the Coliseum or anything you're done. Yeah. However, if you save the game, which I think we did, you'll find that it changes your title from chief to master. So chief's rank 9, master I guess you would be rank 10, and you get that for clearing the main story, essentially. But yeah, let me think. I suppose the next thing to do would be to show off the power recipe. So I will do just that. First, we exit the game, and then you can see my main save file where, uh, well, here is my quote unquote perfect, or what in my opinion is roughly the perfect move set. Now, it's basically about 10 of them are set in stone, and the last two slots are sort of interchangeable among a small handful of techniques. So, scissor arm, that's obvious. Soul chopper, tidal wave, regular scissor arm. Now, this one's droppable, depending. Uh, uh, one of the top tier. So this one has Holy Blast, but from Magnadramon. However, any of the top tier, the highest tier AOE ultimate tier techniques works. It depends on which power. Or it depends on what the final Digimon's going to be. If they already come with one of them, which the one we're going to make happens to, which is convenient for us because that means we can skip the going to Magnadramon step. Um, then then again, you skip the Magnadramon step and you can do it a different way. The one we're going to demonstrate here will do just that. A single one of the top tier single target ultimate tier techniques. So Gaia Force in this case, and Gaia Force is what most of them will get. Um, really, the only exceptions for the most part are one of the Ubers that have all three of their techniques, because that'll take care of the AOE and the single target, and for at least for one of them, um, will be an extra assist, so you would drop Scissor Arm for it. But Pierromon would keep Trump's sword over getting a better one, just because it can't be countered, or rather can't be interrupted, which can be useful. But generally, you just get something stronger. Smiley Warhead, which is arguably the just strongest attack in the game because when the counter is triggered, and again, in in-game, most battles will have an AoE attack, so it will be very consistently triggered. Then it's an AoE Gaia Force level attack for the same MP as just Gaia Force. Really good stuff. Hornbuster, you've already seen how amazing that is. MP Destroyer is um, a damage. It is a damageless version that it does that weakens the forward attack just like Hornbuster does, but it doesn't do damage. Instead, it will drain, uh, or rather, it will heal you for whatever the MP cost of the move that it weakened costed. So basically, this is most useful in Terra Domain because so many of the enemies are going to be spamming really high cost, like 80 MP cost AoE moves against you. So you can use this to heal 80 a pop, which is also the cap Necromagic can heal each cost, which is 80. And speaking of Necromagic, Heaven's Heal, Hunger and Death. I already explained why it's the best revive skill in the game. So yeah, these 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10, 11. So basically you have one bonus slot because the scissor arm could be traded out for just anything, really. It's unnecessary. You can trade it for like one of the invincibility assists is generally what it gets traded for. Otherwise, I just keep it. It just depends. Speaking of Omegamon, as you can see, he has Gray Sword and Garuru Cannon. Gray Sword, if it hits a counter-attacking enemy, actually becomes the strongest single target attack in the game because it jumps up from 50 power, which is weaker than Gaia Force, to 75 power, which is stronger than Gaia Force. Otherwise, it's close enough that I don't mind it being weaker when not hitting counter. Oh, it can also paralyze as well, which is nice. And then Garuru Cannon is tied for with Holy Blast and why am I? Preciomon's attack that for whatever reason the name's escaping me. It's okay. We'll get it soon. So these are the same. Necromagic's the same. Heaven's Heal's the same. I've given him invisibility from Dokunemon instead of regular Scissoron. And now, so Gray Sword and Garuru Cannon are two of his attacks. His third is called Omega Heal, and it's a single target 200 HP heal. Um, for the same MP cost as Heaven's Heal, which is an AoE 150 HP heal. Do you see the issue? So yeah, it's completely worthless. But his other two attacks are great. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Let's see, Pierromon, same thing. In his case, he has Diaboromon's stuff. So Inferno Missile and Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost is single target. Inferno Missile is AoE. And then by extension, he also has Alias Fake, which is Diaboromon's version of invisibility. So all three of Diaboromon's skills are really good. So he's the only Uber, quote unquote Uber, that is 3 for 3. Heracles Kabuterimon, you've seen plenty of him. There's Diaboromon. He actually takes a different path than a lot of the others. He's one that I had to kind of come up with an alternate recipe to end up with. Now remember, to get all three of the Uber's techniques, if you just raise one your own, they'll only learn one, whichever one they had in the vanilla game. Because again, the vanilla game was bugged to where they didn't have all three of them like they were supposed to. So to get all three of them, you have to catch a wild one from Terra Domain and then work it into your DNA chain to add the two new attacks to your stuff. And yeah, despite me poo-pooing on Metal Garurumon, I do like it. It's just I like Metal Seedrumon better, and the trade one comes with one a terrible bonus technique, so it's just such a waste. Speaking of, there's the boy. Look at the lad. He's a happy fella. Of course, Seraphimon. I did go ahead and make a Venom Vamdemon as well. Since I like Vamdemon quite a bit, it's just that skill he was stuck with. But in this case, I'm gonna make a completely different move set for him anyway, so it doesn't matter if they have a terrible default skill. And that's it for now. That's as you can see, I have a habit of maxing one out before making another. Here's a wild Omegamon that I already have ready. See, he's caught, and he's got Omega Heal and Gerudo Cannon to go with Gray Sword. This was the starter. That's right. This account started in the Blue Falcons. As you can see, it was not exactly impressive. I also didn't make use of the Metal Mummimon or the Vamdemon trade with this one either. So, okay. Let's head to Boot Domain after I double check. Don't want to use toy planes. They're too valuable to waste on. See the glitched out bug domain. Toy tank will do. Let's see. We need. So we're going to catch a Modoki Betamon and a Gazimon from boot to main. And then, once their result will give us, they'll result in a level 16 Bakemon, and we're going to catch a wild Drumogemon and max it out, and then combine those into a Gazimon that will go into a level 22 Tekemon. And then we'll catch either an Elecmon or another a Butamain Gizamon, and that'll get us a Skymon again, but with 3 DP, so he'll turn into Soulmon, get Necromagic, and turn into a level 24 Phantomon and pick up Soul Chopper. Then we catch a wild Pidomon. Then we end up with Holy Angemon. Wild Tyrannomon gets us to Patamon, which gives us to Prince Mummimon. Prince Mummimon, with the Gigimon that we catch from Terra Domain, gets us right back to Prince Mummimon. We can even stop at 32 again, even though he could go higher. Because he'll learn both of them at 32. I've tested that several times at this point. So that's convenient for us. And then a Dokunamon or a Kunamon, either one work, will get us into Grand Koagamon. Dolphmon gets us into Marine Angemon, well, Waymon. And then from there, a Metal Greymon gets us into War Greymon. And in this case, War Greymon is our stopping point, because normally we'd catch a Clear Agumon, turn him into Pidomon, and then that would get us a Toy Agumon, which would go into Tailmon, into Anjouwomon, into Magnadramon. And then from there, and we do that, so War Greymon gets us the ultimate level single target, Magnadramon gives us the ultimate level AoE, but in this case, since we're going into Plesiomon, and Plesiomon has an attack that's just as good as Magnadramon's AoE attack, we can skip that step and just go from War Greymon and then combine it with a Wild Rosemon to end up with a Scorpiomon that will turn into Plesiomon. And not only that, but the War Greymon will be at level 43, and Rosemon will cap out at 35. So she'll give 7 levels, so we'll stop it. I don't know if you've noticed, but all of these cap out at level 50. This is by design. This was my TISM at work. I thought that was a good stopping point for them level-wise, because instead of going to 99, because after you hit level 40, you essentially you rarely gain stats from level ups anymore. Like, it slows to a crawl. You have a chance of getting absolutely nothing per level up once you hit around 40. It starts dropping off once you hit 30, honestly, but at 40, it's practically a straight line as opposed to an incline anymore. So that's why I decided might as well just stop at 50. Getting to 99 is just unreasonable anyway. It would take just forever. And as you can see, it's not Uh, Going through all this, they already have really high stats, so from there it's not that difficult to stat chip them up from there, from either purchasing them or just going into domains and finding them in chests. But yeah, so we're going to start with, you know what, we can just get Vera's stuff and we'll yeah, grab the skis. Oh, I did buy something. Oopsie. Well, I'll take the toy tanks anyway, and I'll use those on like Dromogimon or something. I don't know. Okay, Bootamade. I did. Yes, I did. Okay. You know the drill. Save state, just in case they ignore. Now, again, we can't get two of the same here. So we're going to get a Madoki Beatamon first, and then a Gazimon, which is the one in the middle. Gizamon will come later. Now, luckily, this means we can just do this, and we don't have to worry about it. Also enjoy seeing this obscene amount of damage. Now, autopilot out, and we get Gazimon. Then we'll have to be safe here and just go single target. Because again, we want the one in the middle, so that was a glitch, by the way. Um, Essentially, okay. So turns out, and I'm probably one of the few that knows that this even exists because um, I don't know how many are Tisme enough to actually have capped the stats of any Digimon, let alone what 9 or 10 that I'm at now. But if you break the cap of 999, then it overflows and will show you a really small number like that instead. So essentially, he did over 1,000 damage there, is the long and short of it. There you go. I don't know why I'm renaming them. It's habit. So we're actually going to go ahead and get them into the party. As for where to train them, well, I wonder. Wherever could we go? So here's a little preview of Terra Domain. Now, as long as she doesn't miss, then we should be okay. $702 experience per fight. That should keep them in good shape for a while. See, this is why I waited till post game to show you this little power recipe, as well as on uh, this file instead of the one we just did, because the level of power is night and day different. Suddenly losing my ability to speak. As for Dermogemon, also it doesn't have to be Dermogemon. It just has to be something that can combine with Bakemon to become a Gazimon, which let's see. So here's Bakemon, here's his DNA results, and I've typed in Gazimon. So this is everything that can become, that he can merge with to become a Gazimon. So Kentarumon will work, Jumogemon will work, uh, Icemon, Jungle Mojimon, Tushidaramon, Nisei Drumogemon, Ogremon, uh, Hayogamon. Also, I'm not counting tiers above adults because they, again, we're being efficient about this. But Drumogemon's convenient because you can get him on after the Blood Knights have appeared. You can get him on the first 3 floors of BIOS domain. He caps at level 19, so we'll add 3 levels. Or to be, okay, he'll cap at 19, and then Bakemon adds 3 levels, so there's where you get 22. Is I'm uncertain if there'll be another fight in the fire room, but suppose we can try. We just need 3 more fights after this one, and we'll be done for this trip. They are clearly going to be. They're clearly far eclipsed the point of experience they need to hit even level 14 at this point, which means we can go to BIOS domain, capture Jumogemon, and finish them off there, all in the same trip. So yeah, this is Terra Domain, just 99 floors of. Well, right now it's starting off. Also, yes, do be warned. Seemingly most of the bug nests are going to be return bugs. Did so much extra damage to Shogun Gekomon because darkness is super effective against water. So most of this isn't too bad. Um, Going this little recipe, the most Tizumi step is Digimon because he can only be found in Terra Domain. However, he is not. You can skip him if you say haven't gotten to Terra Domain yet, or you just don't want to deal with diving to. Because the earliest floor you can find him on is floor 13 in Terra Domain, which really isn't all that bad. But you might not want to deal with it. So you can skip that step and just go from the Prince Momimon step into the next step because you're going to combine a Prince Momimon with the Digimon and end up with Prince Momimon again anyway. At level 32, no less. Um, Now, that Prince Momimon can go higher than 32, but if you're anal about stopping at 50 like I am, you'll want to stop at 32. Meet Nanimon, everyone's favorite Digimon. If you say you don't like him, you're lying. I don't believe you. We'll buy a gift for Dromogimon. That should do. Now we head to Bios Domain. And hopefully we find a Dromogimon just in a jiff. Not like there. Again, you can find them on floor 1. So we could have done that fight uh, and already gotten started, but none of these are Dromogimon. I can tell because they all moved immediately. Jamogimon's a slower mover. See, we're already over 900 there. So if that happened to hit for even harder, say one of them was aquatic or something, then it would have overflowed and looked like it did really little damage. I'll be honest, we're not keeping Unchi. Okay, this should. Oh, this will be in the middle. This will get us to 13, so we'll just lack one level. And that needs to be the Drumogimon catch. Okay. But I did that figuring in my head correctly that we had enough room. We had one more room for the Demogimon. Really, there's no reason to have all of these in the Digibeetle. I'm not. Uh, oh no, I remember now. I lined them up so I could show them easier, just to let you know what I've worked on here. Okay, those two though are finished. So we'll go in, line up the Demogimon and Megamon. And we'll autopilot out. Let's go ahead and clear out the beetle a bit. When going through Terra Domain, I'll grab them all just to have backups in case somebody runs low or something. Although I doubt we're going to really be doing any fights while climbing the thing. Pieramon and Omegamon can stay because they're the my main team, along with Rosemon. Okay, that looks acceptable. Might as well get his name going in here. Also, you don't worry about erasing the spaces if any empty spaces. They'll disappear on the nickname anyway. It's clever like that. Okay. I'll go ahead and buy another ski because we'll need to catch the Digimon from Boot Domain next time. But other than that, we can pretty much boogie until until Skymon can evolve. Oh, don't want to waste MP. That would be improper. Got to have that. So by doing these little this beginning to my little power recipe, uh, you get Necromagic and Soul Chopper really early, as well as since you've used so much boot domain stuff, you have really you've got a really good foundation for your stats to work off of. And who doesn't like big numbers? Also, as I was saying before about how there we go again, how DNAing back down to child form will risk wrecking your speed, but yet that's what we continuously do during this little recipe. That's basically down to speed, and because you're adding as few amount of extra levels per DNA as possible, so each step doesn't take that much longer, theoretically, as well as oh, lining up well for getting to 50 pretty handily. Plus, honestly, once you finish it, the process of getting from either Wargreymon or Magnetramon, whichever one you can stop with, as long as you use this exact recipe, because again, um, there are alternate versions of the recipe for different, namely getting to like certain virus ones. This one will get you to most vaccine or data types, but there's a slightly different one for most virus types. But yeah, in the process of doing getting from again Wargreymon or Magnetramon to whichever you want your Digimon do, the final form will likely involve mixing with some other ultimate levels, which will pull your speed up. because it will likely be at least 2 steps. It's rare that you can do it in one, but even if it's just one, it'll pull your speed up a fair bit. Not like that. Not like that at all. But this is the main recipe that you can use for most things, or at least the most things. 2 more will finish off Jumogemon. I do wish you'd go away, Mr. Buck. Ah, thank you. Hate it, but we'll have to use a mag missile. Come on, lad. Come on. And we'll have to do. Oh, this floor is made of floor. Extra fighter 2 for Skymon. Alternatively, I could do one more, because this is going to want another mag missile. I don't like that. I say as if I can't afford plenty of them. It's the principle of the thing, darn it. Ah, that's a fight. So I'm actually going to leave after this one, even though Skymon's going to need one more fight, because I'll go to Boot Domain and catch the Gizamon that I need for the next step. Uh, that will mix with the Bakemon, and then I'll raise the Bakemon with it. Wait, what did I just say, game? See, he's done. He is done. Like dinner. I'm being silly again. He's level 10. I literally checked like 7 times there. I might need to finish this tomorrow or something. I don't know. Things are certainly losing me marbles. Now remember, we need the Gizamon now. He's the lad on the left. He's the lad on the left. Get rid of the one that can paralyze. because it's convenient that way. Yeah, we can Soul Chopper, Udoki Beatamon to make sure he's gone. And there you are. Honestly, probably could have just grabbed the Madoki Beatamon. I bet he would work too. It's amusing to me how often we're failing to catch child tier Digimon with a medium heart. Seriously, that should be like upward over 80% success rate, something like that. But then you think about how many times I've been spooked in FGO, which is also an 80%. And things might start to make a little sense in your noggin. Like, oh, wait a minute. This guy didn't have bad luck, he'd have none at all. Now, it will be 6 levels to get Gizamon to 11, and 5 levels to max out Bakemon, so we will exit as soon as Bakemon maxes though, because we'll have to DNA him with Jumogemon. A lot of empty chests. It's just not very neighborly, if you ask me. Yeah, we're not taking that. We're not taking the poo this time. See, there'll be one more fight I'll need to track down after this one, or after this room, rather. See, as I was saying, return bug. We'll just go to a different floor. Now, Bakemon will be capped as you can see, and so is Dromogimon. So we will autopilot out, and we will blend them together in the air fryer. That's how those work, right? I don't know. I've never seen one before. True story. We'll go to device stone to do it. It's more convenient. Otherwise, we'd have to go to the right guard tower that works with the right type of Digimon. Very particular of those. Hey, it's Gazimon. With 2 DP. Oh, wow. Now, he can't evolve just yet. But we are going to purchase a vaccine gift now. Because we're going to go ahead and capture Epitomon. Now, this one will be a little bit, well, will likely be a little bit more tricky. No, we can find them in floor 1 of data domain. Okay. And 12 or 13 level for them doesn't matter because, as you see, 12 and 13 both go to 20. And we needed to cap at 20. Otherwise, we could just capture a clear Agumon. As for the reason we want to jump 4 levels instead of the typical 2 during that step is because we're going from that step immediately to 32. So we need to wear another wild adult that can hit 20. 20 will be enough to get us to ultimate with the move, because that would be the Prince Mamemon step. That's right, we're buzzing right along. So yeah, we can go to data domain. Get data or Giga, either one. Can get it in floor 1. So I'll probably just do data. Oopsie. There we go. So data. Please tell me I at least put the. I did. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Peter one. Well, ah, I needed a B level gift. My mistake. Well, I guess we're going to toy plane it. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Holy flame. I mean, yeah, holy flame. That's an even higher. With a giant heart. Are you kidding me? You kidding me right now? Get me out of here. I'm disgusted. 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 Going to replace that toy plane just because it bugs me. Do I have anything to sell? What's good is 100 HP. Parts fixes are useful, so we'll keep those. Fire Blast is not useful, so we will not keep that. Either the level 2 drill missiles or these. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. I was looking at cross-eyed and I thought toy plane was 4,000. I was like, that doesn't seem right. Ah, should probably actually evolve to Cyclomon. What a happy fella. Incidentally, the step after Pedomon will need Tyrannomon. And since we're here and all, I suppose we wouldn't be remiss. This will be next floor. See, the awkwardness. I'm not doing these fights because they're just not worth enough experience to keep us clean to the level that I want us to, or we need to acquire. We do the bulk of our training. Okay, that's good. Two toy tanks should get a small art. Yes. It's a little annoying when they learn a technique at the same time you're trying to catch something, because you have to go through this menu every time before you can see. Looks like this is going to take a while. There we go. It's beginning to wonder if it would even work. So now we already have a couple steps ahead planned out. We still need to. You'll cap at 14. You cap at 22. Yeah, 22. Then you two go together, and then you'll be at 24 Phantomon. Then with Pidomon next. The step after this is the Digimon step, by the way. So I'm going to make certain I have at least 3 toy planes in my inventory before heading out there to Terra Domain, since we have so much training to do and all. So to get Digimon, we have to hit floor 13. 13 and 14 are the earliest floors. After that, it's 27, 28, then 41, 42, 55, 56, 69, 70, 83, 84, and then 97. So yeah, get him on 13 or 14, or cry, I guess. I don't know. You're not going to be feeling too pretty. I'll put it that much. So as soon as Cyclomon caps out here, we'll switch in Pidomon for him to get him started on the way to 20. The good news is we don't even have to raise Digimon. We can just immediately DNA him. Quite merciful. He's done. It would be quicker to do these fights slightly. I would save like a couple seconds each fight if I was willing to risk not guarding the other two. I'm just hoping she doesn't miss. But I don't think we're in that much of a rush, are we? Surely not. After these two, there'll just need to be two more fights to get Gazimon ready to evolve. So we need to start being a bit more conservative on how many fights we're doing here. Well, it doesn't really matter. Either way, we'll do what we need to do. It really is a shame that I've yet to figure out a quicker way of getting to Digimon than just catching him in Terra Domain. I there definitely has to be one, but I to to this point have still struggled with coming up with one. Unfortunately, 3 levels for you, 1 level for you. Hmm. Wait, how's those stats? Let's polish off the Gazimon for now. Now I can switch in to Randomon. This fight will do it for Pidomon. Almost halfway to. I'm going to say that there's not a floor panel. There it is. Okay. This is right in the way, isn't it? Yes. Okay, we have to go a longer way around. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Ach, fear. Okay. Energy bug. That's alright with me, lads. That's alright with me. Hello, old friend. Now we're halfway there. I'm going to guess this way. And probably down here, to be specific. That's fixed. Those are really useful because, as you might imagine, this domain, well, as you've already seen a little of, this domain is full of invisible shenaniganery despite having fully upgraded radars. Floor 9. Okay, we're. Oh, do I hear 10? And there's Plesiomon, that's who we're aiming for. Goodbye, my friends. Don't worry, we'll see you. Well, I'm not sure if soon is quite the accurate descriptor, but before too long. That fight's a bit of a bugaboo. Good room if you want to catch any of those, though. But fortunately for them, you beauty. One more floor to go through, and then Puppetmon double Mugindramon is certainly a choice. Naturally. I'm going away from that fight just because, in the odd chance that she misses, the Mugen Ramon just take too long with their turn. Okay, save state. Sure. Sukurumon, Griffinmon. I just have to do this for this one. I think we would have been fine either way. So that being that particular group, may mean no Digimon on this floor because it's been a while. But what I remember is there are like three attributes or three types rather that can spawn on these floors, and this is the data one, obviously. And the Digimon group is the vaccine one, and then I'm uncertain what is the virus one. Well, I guess we'll perhaps find out. Remember, if no Digimon on this floor, then we'll reload our state. Ah, Pierromon, Venomvamdemon, and Mugendramon is the virus equivalent. And yes, we got supremely unlucky. We got two of the three types, but not Digimon. So we would have had to have went to floor 27 to have another shot. This is already looking not very promising. The machine, yeah, specialty floor. Let's do something, try to change the RNG seed or something. Bollocks. Wow. Machine floor means they'll take less damage, two of them will. Might not be enough here. But see how everything uses AoE? That's where MP Destroyer comes in. See, this basically matches, or very near matches, the damage despite being a tier lower skill. Okay, let's see if Sir Gigi is here. No. This is at least a different style of floor. Don't like that. Don't like that. Ah, this is just a long path. The trolling. The trolling. I was debating on using the drill missile there. Just. Ah. Bugger. Why? Okay, I'm just going to reload and try again. This floor is made of floor. Hold the phone. Surely this is not just another mistake in. Ah, it's 13 and 14, not 12. Okay, so it's next floor, not this one. That explains a lot. Come to think of it, I feel like I've made that mistake before. Ouch. Darkness floors should mean that Soul Chopper can get them. Yeah, easy as. Never in doubt. I think it's safe to say the floor panel is in this room, which I do need to save state in front of. Okay. From now on, this floor and the next can contain Digimon. I said can contain Digimon. Ah, unlucky. It's also a forced Magnus Eye floor. Oh, interesting. So it's not just all one type, which means Digimon could still be here. Now, naturally, I'm not going to do this fight with Rosemon just because she can't one-shot them because of type disadvantage. And again, Mugendramon's a pain in the arse. Yes, ignore Digimon. There it is. Now, as you can see, it's quite the annoying group. Because the Marine Angemon, well, because the Ralphimon can full heal, Digimon can revive, and Marine Angemon can make it to where you can't use. Okay. So it's 3 toy planes to get a small heart when you're catching triple, when it's a triple ultimate party. Do keep that in mind. Do keep that in mind. We'll use Gaia Force on Seraphimon, and that should Orko him. Good. Okay. Now, Shadow Scythe on Marine Angemon should be good enough. Water type, so we'll take extra damage from Shadow Scythe, theoretically. And Digimon, just enough. Okay, save state. Hopefully I don't. There we go. Okay, that's the most difficult to acquire step. So he was at 290 HP, so we overkilled him by 8. 8. Also, look at those stats. Pretty good at the gate. Pretty good. And he has Unborn Death. Also pretty good. Let us mercifully leave. And we'll evolve to 91. I guess leveling Digimon does not matter. I think you can only go up like 2 or 3 levels tops anyway. Uh, so, because regardless, he's going to merge with a level 32 Prince Mamemon and become a Mamemon or a Metal Mamemon, one I forget, which will go right back to a Prince Mamemon that's also going to stop at level 32. As long as he gets Homeland Death, which he should. Because everyone that I've done before this, with this extra step added in, has done so. So basically what I'm saying is we don't need to level him, but I'll put him there anyway just because so something's gaining experience, because otherwise it itches my tism. We don't need Dark Fear. We do need more mag missiles. Do I happen to have any? No, so we have to buy them. Should be able to get them from here now. As well. Oh, you're the parts guy. Never mind, you're worthless. That's pretty rough not updating that guy's inventory in the post game. How wicked. I'm actually uncertain how many we've used. But we'll call it 3. Okay, 10 fights. 10 fights to get this lad to 21. And here's 2 of them. It's also strange to me that Vaidmon's in the game and his ultimate form was already existed before this game even started production. So that wasn't an issue and isn't in the game. I know that Alternative added him in. I'm not certain if by just uh, same thing with High Andromon, who also existed, by the way, by some clever palette swapping. Very clever. Probably not going to be another one, judging by this flyer's layout. So we'll have to move on, it seems. Joke's on you, don't even use the Z cannon. Never mind. There was one more here. How convenient for us. Won't be long now for this trip. Of course, admittedly, it is a bit awkward that we'll have to take him, evolve him, do one more fight, and then DNA him. But it's just the way it works sometimes. Just like here. It's painful using a Magnus there. I don't like it. I don't like how many traps are in that room either. Bit bugs. Bloody bit bugs. So happen to be a chest down here. Yes. Ah. The difference between Inferno and Fire Blast is one's AoE and one's single target. Oh. You give me such a kind gift on this floor of all floors. And I must decline it. Heart's broken. So are there going to be any fights on this floor, or am I going to have to mosey along? Okay, there's one. There's one. I highly doubt there are two more mobs in the final room, though, so I might have to move onward. Oh, how about that? What a kind version of this floor for once. Not used to that. I'm used to pain. Indescribable pain. Just one more. Good lad. Let's see. Welcome, Tekkamon. Let's get you capped out here. We'll just head down here. There's only one fight anyway. It's nice and convenient like that. MP Destroyer. Make sure to actually take it. Don't accidentally not. Not that I've ever done something like that before. I have, but luckily it was on something I wasn't going to keep anyway. Or winded up not wanting to keep anyway. To be more specific. But reminder, it weakens the foe's attack like Hornbuster does, and it also restores MP for you, equivalent to whatever the MP cost was of said technique. And in Terra Domain, that's typically the big 80 MP AoE nonsense. He broke triple digits on attack and defense. What a little guy. What a little trooper. Now we're going to merge him with Cyclomon to make Skymon, which will become Soulmon, which will become Phantomon. Yep, that's what we're going to do. Cyclomon. Yes, let me just double triple check. This is correct. Welcome back, little dark Patamon. So I can type, allegedly. It is the rumor. It is the rumor. So he has 3 DP, which means you'll become Soulmon and pick up Necromagic. We like Necromagic, don't we, folks? That's right. You bet your biscuits we do. Ten fights. Mm. 10 fights. And then we get Soulful. Soulful. The more of these fights, the better, because they give so much. 770 something like that. Ah, 702. Which one is it? 770 something then? I don't know. My memorizer is not working today. Incidentally, our next capture will be a Dokunimon or a regular Kunimon. Doesn't particularly matter. We could get invisibility if we like, which is frankly overkill. It, it's it it would be a replacement for Scissorom, which honestly probably better just to keep regular Scissorom. The more I think about it, because I don't know. So we'll probably just grab Kunimon. Honestly, could just catch a wild Kawagamon and then just raw DNA in together immediately. Because we just need Scissorom from him and to get into the Kawagamon line. so it doesn't really matter. Would likely even be quicker or easier to catch slash find, because I generally suppose I'll check after we get Toshiro to 11. I could try to do it. Let's see. Okay. So the first floor of disk domain. Are there any first floors? Diode scan. We'd have to go to File Island to catch wild Kuwagamon. So I will grab Dokunimon after all. Or Kunimon. Probably Kunimon would be better. It's one less fight I'd have to do. Because he starts at 3 instead of 2. That's the plan, at least. Sherrymon, who's been redesigned. Because originally he looked quite a bit different, and he was not a pleasant fella. Digimon World 1 actually has the original design of him. He's quite spoopy looking, we'll put it that way. They would likely put him on the radio. Don't mind me, I was just having a bit of a moment as It's an easy enough solution. Uh, this is just trolling. It's not a return bug, at least. Pit bug. My nemesis. Guess the machine floor didn't do much in the way of helping them. That bug was persistent. Good old soul, mum. Give us that lovely, lovely necromagic. So, okay, this is going to go to Phantomon. So then we mix that with Pitomon, and then that with Tyrannomon, then Gigimon, and then uh, Dokunamon or Kunamon, whichever. Now, here is actually one little deviation. Um, because after that, you will mix with a Wild Dolphmon, and then with a Metal Greymon. Now, this is under the. Okay, so that line is under the presumption that you are using a BIOS Metal Greymon that has Hornbuster. If you are not, and you're just catching a wild Metal Greymon, then, okay, it's under the presumption that you're either using a BIOS Metal Greymon or a better version of it that we built, uh, or yeah, so they would come with uh, Hornbuster. I would actually recommend just grabbing a couple bios to use for this if you're going to do this exact one, just because of convenience sake. However, all you do is if you're just gonna if you have to capture if you don't have a BIOS Metal Greymon you and I would agree it's probably overkill to for this one at least to build the better version of a BIOS one because that gets you tidal wave as well, which makes the step before this kind of it gets you tidal wave and scissor arm. So really, yeah, no, it would throw things off quite a bit to do it that way. Um, Essentially, what you do is okay. So again, next step, you'll go to Holy Angemon by mixing with Pitomon. Then you will mix Tyrannomon and you'll end up with Prince Mummimon. Then you'll mix Digimon and end up with Prince Mummimon again. After that, you mix Kunamon or Dokunamon to end up with Grand Kawagamon. Here, again, if you don't have access to a Metal Greymon that has Hornbuster, here you will just grab mo- any non-aquatic vaccine that's adult level and combine it with the Grand Coagamon, and you'll shift over to the Kabuteriumon line. So you do that, pick up Hornbuster, and then from there you'll mix that with Dolphmon to end up with Marine Angemon and picking up Tidal Wave. And then from there you mix with a Wild Caught Metal Greymon, and you'll end up with a War Greymon with all of that stuff. Yeah, so basically, if you don't have a BIOS Metal Greymon lying around, or then just add that extra little step there of converting the Grand Coagamon to a Heracles Kabuterimon, because it's quite easy to do. That is not what I wanted to do at all, and it was very rude of you to presume so that I wanted to, game. Now, how am I going to fix that here? Now, I'm actually going to skip the turning. Well, I don't have a BIOS Metal Greymon handy, or one that I've built. I don't think. No, I don't. Okay. So what I'm going to do instead is um, when I get to the War Greymon step, from there you mix with a level 35 to 39 Rosemon to take the level 43 War Greymon to a level 50 Plesiomon. So what I'm going to do is catch um, a wild Pumpkinmon or Lilymon or Blossomon and a wild Heracles Kabut or a wild Atler Kabuterimon, sorry. And I'm going to mix them together to make a Rosemon that has Hornbuster. And then I'm going to combine that. I'm going to get it to 35 and then and then mix with War Greymon. So that's where my extra step will come in. I just have to make sure it hits 35 to get 7 levels. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward. Quite awkward. Let me make sure you are Soulmon. Yes. You are a good lad. It was video domain that I accidentally clicked on, wasn't it? I guess that was my subconscious because I was like, that's where I need to go to catch one of the worms. Let's see, what would you do if you did the beta built Metal Greymon? You could skip the going to the Kunamon step as well as the uh, potential Kabuterimon line step, and you could skip the Waymon step. So you basically go from Prince Mumimon to mixing with the Metal Greymon. What would that actually make? Let me check. So, Metal. Okay. That would get you to Wizardmon, and Wizardmon would get you back to no, it would get you to Saber Leomon. So you'd have a Saber Leomon. Let me think. Um, Saber Leomon does get you a single target technique, but it's nowhere near as good as Gaia Force or the equivalent. It's quite a bit weaker, actually. In fact, I think let's see, 45 AP, but it can't be countered. That's the trade-off. That's why it's so much weaker AP wise. Because again, Gaia Force is 60, so 45 versus 60. So let's see what he can become. Let's see. So you could go into this gets you Rosemon. Let's get you back into Prince Mumimon. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Let me make sure this is. No, this gets you into Griffinmon. So you could go into Griffinmon, which gets you a stronger or a mid-tier AOE. Gets you back into Rosemon, and then you could go into like Plesiomon or something like that from there. Oh. Kintarumon would get you back into Metal Garurumon or Baihumon if you wanted. Yogimon, so that's Metal Etamon. Red Vegemon takes you to Pinocchimon. Gekamon takes you to Pokemon. Oh, you could go to Bakemon, so you could go to Pierromon that way. You have options. So you have options. You could even go into Metal Seedramon. You actually have a fair amount of options from there. You go into Venom Vamdemon. Hmm. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Let's see. Yeah, that looks okay. That was just level 12, right? Okay. Slacking, and dazing off. There you are, lad. Let's see. Might have to just catch a wild Rosemon to mix with a wild Atler Kabuterimon. Because I'm not certain. Let's see. I don't think mixing the two perfects together will get me to 35 as the issue, which I would need to acquire to get the extra 7 levels. Because we don't be stuck at 49 instead of 50. That's lame. And all the other Digimon would pick on him, and just wouldn't be pretty. See, I probably have to catch a wild Rosemon, which hopefully we can find. Yeah, we'd have to go to floor 13 of Terror Domain together. I wish I would have thought ahead while I was there getting Digimon, but then again, I only brought enough toy planes for him. Oh well, it's not that difficult getting to floor 13, and it's still quite a ways away. Anyway, you know, I like you very much, Mr. Mine. Don't like you at all. I'll exit after this fight. There's no sense in going in the dark, and I'm not wasting a part fix on a training run. If we had the toy planes, I would go ahead and capture Rosemon to get that out of the way. Although again, it's ultimately unnecessary. Yeah, plenty of room, unnecessary for the moment. How did I end up with one more toy plane than before? I am confusion. That's a good one. That'll take us to 18. So 3 more fights. Once we start having to get up into, say, the 30s, I might, is probably when I'll go a little deeper and try to go ahead and snatch Rosemon, as well as Adler Kabuterimon. Because I can just immediately fuse them together and get to working on leveling the new. It'll start as a Yanmamon, or should, but it'll go back into Rosemon because he'll turn into Pumpkinmon. Two's all we need, correct? It is, in fact, what we need. There's the lad. Find someone. Three fights. Three fights is all he needs to max. Here, two of them. Soul Chopper and Bee Destroyer, Necromagic, bonus Fire Blast. But we will replace with a better AoE as we acquire it. And now we merge him with Pidomon. Pick up Heaven's Heal. The next will be with the Tyrannoma. And then Digimon. Because Digimon goes to 39 instead of 38. I feel like I might have known that though. I don't think any wild caught Digimon can go to 40 though. With the possible exception of the Ubers that actually have all three of their techniques. They might be able to. They actually might be 40, just period. Come to think of it. Part of me is debating on going ahead and trying to snatch Rosemon on this run. Guess we'll see how luck, floor luck holds out. If we happen to be able to clip along at a decent pace, and still lack a few fights. I suppose we'll give her a crack. Fair enough. Floor 13's a long way away though. Especially when this happens. So this Holy Angemon's going to cap at level 28. Which is the same level the wild ones you can cap at, amusingly enough. Getting two of these cursed rooms in a row is just so trollish. It's not like it's a complicated layout. It's just, for some reason, I have the worst luck when it comes to picking paths on this floor in particular. Ah, okay. This seems to actually go somewhere. That is, it's the last one. It is the last one. Looks like I need to come in from up top, but because it's only blocked by a mine. Ah. as I was saying, looks like I need to come in from the top because it's only blocked by a mine. Not get paid enough for this. Now don't start that nonsense. Whatever, still have, what, 4 or 5 slots left. Need to be careful. I can't do any more fights once he hits 10, because the Rosemon fight will have to be the last one. Although, let's be honest, that fight, since it's triple ultimate, he's likely not surviving. Not only that, but the data. This again. Not to this shit again. Okay. What's your aim? What? Huh? Pardon? I grow increasingly concerned. Increasingly. I'm almost in full-blown panic at the moment. Okay. Okay. Well, let's Pierromon have some fun here. Because especially if we're going to do the Rosemon fight, it would be more advantageous to have a Virus type be our carry. Sorry, lad, but I can't fight you. I don't want to over level. There's actually a room down here with nothing in it. Not a soul. Okay, 3 floors away. It's painful to pass up all this juicy experience. That is certainly a fight. So probably over here, if not in some obscure corner. What is in the corner? Successfully tricked him into going the wrong direction. Every now and then I accidentally are clever. Emphasis on accidentally. Rosemon is for 13, yes. 13. Oh. Probably this way. Yes. So one more floor to get to. It seems rather familiar. You know, honestly, it's not like it matters. As long as he has like 3 or 4 levels as an adult, to collect. He'll learn his adult skills. It's not like he's going to miss any of them. So I can go over this. Honestly, it'd be more convenient to do it that way. Because at the moment it's all of necromagic. Is the only thing worth him picking up at that tier. It doesn't have a scissor arm yet. So he can go out of that. He was moving weird, so I wasn't sure. I knew he was supposed to be a machine, so if anything would stop him, it'd be that. But I don't know. Actually, we witnessed it stop him up top. Come to think of it, I noticed that, but clearly didn't allow it to register. Quite. Or oh no, you're all the way over to the left. That's all right. It wouldn't be if this was a floor 99 run, but ah, let's not push it much further. On the excess levels thing. What on earth? Okay. Save. There's the Digimon. Who else with Rosemon? She's ouch. Still with Griffinmon. Is he Griffinmon? Ah. Prince Mamemon, Rosemon, and I'm drawing a blank on who the third is. Saber Leomon? Saber Leomon, probably. That's devious. I need a. I'm fairly certain I need a bigger room for catching them. Oh, wait. Are they a two mover? Or is he a runner? Apparently he's a runner. He's a runner, I'm stupid. Not only that, he's a run twicer. Like Piccolomon is. Cheeky. Okay. Rosemon is lost in line. Good, good, good. Which means this should. I'm going to say stay here just in case something bizarre happens here. Like one of the other two survives. They shouldn't, looking at that damage. Okay. Oh, look at you. How precious. She must be protected. Now, let's not pilot out. Her dance partner needs to be an Atler Carbuterium, so we undoubtedly have enough experience to get um, Holy Angemon all the way to 28 by now, surely. So, where is the lowest floor? Bug domain floor 3. Okay. So we'll head to bug domain and we'll catch us an Atla Carbuterium to smush together into her after I evolve this Toy Agumon, or Clear Agumon rather, into Pidomon. Remember, any lower than 3 and he'll become Angemon, who any lower than 6 will become Andromon instead of Holy Angemon. And since we're at 4, we're in between, so we wouldn't want to get Angemon. Alternatively, if you were like, I think 5 and up, you'd become Tailmon instead. But maybe that's Clear or Toy Agumon that does that. No, I don't know. I don't know. I know not anymore. Okay. I'm going to put Naomi back in number 1 in the line. Toy Claim. I'll grab an extra one just because we'll be using it on Adler Carbuterium. Let's make sure. Plenty of space. Plenty of space. Bug domain, need to get to floor 3. And then so far so good. These floors aren't exactly difficult. Not dealing with the Carbuterium. She'll still one-shot them all, but it doubles the chance of missing because it re-rolls all that nonsense. So I can't be arsed to fiddle with it. Okay, floor 3. Three, 4, and 5. So we have 3, 4, and 5 to get an Atler Carbuterium. So far, no good. Didn't pay attention. Digimon did camp out, didn't he? Should have. Yes, he did. Well, this run's a dud so far. We only have one more floor to have a shot at him. Until, at least until we get to 8, 9, and 10. But that's a long way up there. It's 3, 5, and 6. So floor 4 doesn't count. So 3, 5, and 6. Wait a minute. Necromagic. That's all we really needed. So floor 5, this is the floor we can find them on. In fact, there we go. See, just need one toy plane for these lads. It's efficient. I like that. Let's guess grab that one first. 1 damage. Beautiful. And now, that was silly. I mean, I should have finished off. Whatever, it's fine. Tis fine. How many levels do we need? 4. 4, 4, 4. Okay. That should wrap up this trip. So now we slap the Rosemon and Otlacopterimon together after we evolve Holy Angemon. We don't want to level him any because we need to make sure she does not, the new Rosemon does not hit 40 because we need 7 levels from her, not 8. Holy Angemon acquired. So if we were to level him up to 25, she'd be able to go to 40. We don't want that. Now she'll cap at 39. Also, just guys already pushing 100 in the attack and defense department. Already in the 90s, 92 each. So that's pretty good. So once you get to these later wild Digimon, it really isn't a problem with just catching one and then using it as DNA fodder, and as opposed to like smushing two. And especially if you smush two of them together, you create something pretty stout. And the boot domain stat boost can carry until that point, at least. Okay, 10, well, 7 fights, because you stop at 28. It's getting pretty close to the point where we'll need to go and capture a Kunimon or a Dokunimon. There we are. Soul Chopper, Heaven's Heal, Necro Magic. We don't need Mega Heal or Fire Blast anymore. Probably head out after merging Holy Angemon with Tyrannomon to get the Kunimon MP Destroyer. Uh, I often forget about that one, since it's mostly only useful for one domain. But it serves a great purpose of both recovering your own MP as well as weakening the enemy's attacks, because by that point, even juiced up pretty good, they're doing a number on you. Two more, looks like. No, three more after this, because it's 28, not 27. 27 28, not 27. Next floor. With the one more fight, we'll want another copy of this fight just because it's more experience. So we want more experience on the Yanmamon since it has to go all the way to, well, 35. We'll go the other way. Never mind, we won't even need to go in that room. This'll do it. This'll do it. So this should be fairly intuitive, I suppose, but remember that there are certain Digimon that can't evolve past this state. So Yanmamon can evolve. Sand Yanmamon can't. Um, Vermilimon, Tricheramon, Metal Tyrannomon, let's see, Garbagemon, Vaidmon, Sukamon, Numemon. None of these can evolve. So if you happen to DNA into any of them, there may even be a couple more that I'm forgetting. But either way, so since they can't evolve, if say you DNA down to them, you're going to lose whatever techniques originate in a tier higher than what they can reach. So be very careful about going into those. You are done. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. So we're going to catch. Wait, no. We're going to catch Kunemon. I believe we can go into drive domain. I believe it's drive to get our Kunemon. Disk. It's disk domain. Okay, we go to disk domain. I was one set of domains past. Oh, so Holy Angemon with Tyrannomon gives us Patamon. Looks a bit paler than the other version we kept getting. Now, to video. It was video. No, it was disk. Disk domain, which is over here. So floor 1 should have it. Floor 1 should have it. Not going to do these fights. We just want what we came here for. Huh. Oh, it's already kind of weird seeing those little mines now. Okay, that's a mob of the correct type. Schnarboard. Now herein lies the rub. Kunimon or Dokunimon. It basically comes down to, am I going to keep Scissor Arm, or do I want the invisibility that Dokunimon can provide? Now, truthfully, in Dokunimon's version of the invincibility skill is just, oh, you can't be targeted, but you can still be hit by AoEs. It's not actually invincible, unlike pretty much all the other ones. Uh, if you were doing a solo run with only a single Digimon, then it would be invaluable to you. You would adore it, but that is not what we're doing here. Nonetheless, since Toshiro is going to hit 2 and Dokunimon's at 2, it means they'll evolve at the same time. So I'll just catch him anyway. So instead of well, actually, let me think. Because the other thing is, he learns whatever. If we're maxing the stats, it doesn't really matter uh, whether we're using Scissor Arm, or just regular Scissor Arm. So yeah, we'll do Dokunimon. So the issue is Dokunimon becomes Flymon, he doesn't become Kawagamon, so we wouldn't actually learn regular Scissor Arm. Actually, we would, because the Prince Momomon's going to turn into the Kawagamon line, because you can't actually DNA down to Dokunimon. So I guess I was waffling for nothing. Nothing. And I am going to switch to doing Dokunimon, since, again, they'll evolve at the same time. Plenty of time to get the Yanmamon back up to Rosemon in the meantime. Let us proceed. Not the most auspicious of starts. We got the bad experience, and that's no better. There we go, there's some good ones. Good experience. And we only got one fight on the first floor. You hate to see it, truly. Hmm. This should be decent experience, I believe. Suppose we'll find out. I think I think it's better than the Still Mammothmon, Waymon comp at least. Maybe. Maybe it's about the same. It's about the same. It's 10 more. I was right about it being more. What's now? We need the 700s. 700 pluses. It's all the same to you. But we'll do them anyway because why not? They're here. They're here. Might take a few more fights to hit 32 is all. Let's see, I believe all we have to catch after this are a Dolphmon and a Metal Greymon. That should wrap up our checklist. What's happening here? I need fights, not floor panels. Wow, how about that? See, that's no good. I'm also getting Gimp experience, and I don't appreciate it, quite frankly, in the slightest. Come on, give us something nice. Take a parts fix. Do you know what I'd like even more than that? Experience. Good. Experience. Good. Good, you think this domain doesn't like me very much? Okay, this will be worth something, at least. It's better than what we had been getting. Never mind. Never mind. Unlucky. Unlucky. There we are. Come on, give us two more of these. Ah. Somehow managed to fill up our item bag. Even with this, it's... There we go. There we go. Please don't be blocked up. You... Why? Why? I have to go this way. Should go. Left. This works. That works for me. Skull Mammothmon killing Dokunamon through guard from full HP with an AoE attack. He might be one to look into, honestly. Because his AoE attack isn't... Well, it's still in ultimate tier. Still in ultimate tier. Attack. Yeah, so to get Dolphmon, we'll have to go back to Fire Island on Data Domain. That's she. I suppose we'll go ahead and do that now. We need to catch Dolphmon and Metal Greymon. Metal Greymon will take... We'll just sell this garbage. Metal Greymon will take a toy plane. That's a Dolphmon, regular. So he goes to Flymon instead of Kawagamon. Which also means getting to Flymon can be a bit tricky because that's the only way to get it. I don't think you can DNA into Flymon or Dokunamon, so it's one of those interesting ones. Starmon, not Egamon, because we have enough DP. It's weird that Super Starmon's not in the game. because he also existed. But 'tis what it is, I suppose. So we have toy planes. I'll go ahead and purchase a B tier. I'll just grab a DVD player. Forgot to sell my junk. Don't need the big bucks that either. Or the level 3 Magnusile. There we are. Now we should be able to catch Dolphmon and Little Greymon. We did evolve, correct? Final stuff. Yes. Yes, indeed. Archive port. And we want to go to data domain. The first 3 floors can all have Dolphmon. Data. These are good floors to do it into. I said they were. Bit back. There's the Dolphmon. Good. Good. I'm going to bother with this. So we're going to catch this Dolphmon and then we're going to catch Little Greymon and back to Terra Domain and grinding. That's the plan at least. Blaze Monster. Good. Just needed the second try to join. Luckily, we can go into Bug Domain, level 1, to get Metal Greymon. Almost couldn't see the heart. Over his hair colour. Pardon me. Controller slipped out of my hand. Now, take out Kabuterimon. You annoying twat. Are my eyes deceiving me? Or was that so weak that it didn't even register as doing any damage? Because that's a first. I hadn't seen that before. I had not seen that before. Ah, What a kind Metal Greymon to join like that. Okay, so that's all the catching we gotta do. Um, you already know the steps we're gonna take here. Flymon's already done. So let's get the Yanmamon back in there, as well as. So you already know the steps to do from here. To go over them once more. Once Starmon will become Prince Mumemon, get Smiley Warhead. We will merge him with Digimon to get Mumemon, and then that Mumemon will become Prince Mumemon again. And we'll get to once we get to 32 again, he should learn both Smiley Warhead and Hung on Death. And when he does, we'll mix him with Flymon to get into Kunimon, and then that'll end up with Grand Kuwagamon. That'll go to 34, and then we'll mix that with the Dolphmon, and then the results we will mix with Metal Greymon, and then from there we'll mix with the Rosemon that we should have from this Yanmamon, who is at least so between level 35 and 39. So level 35 to 39, but minimum 35, maximum 39. That's probably the way to put it, because we need 7 levels for the War Greymon that we'll have at 43 to hit 50. And that'll go into Anomalokarimon, which will evolve into Plesiomon. So that's what I'll be doing. I figure there's no point in showing all of these redundant steps. This is the main power recipe that you can do for most things. This can you could stop and have okay. So the normal path after the 43 War Greymon would be to mix him with you catch a clear Agumon that would evolve into a Pitomon, and that'll give you a Toy Agumon, and that'll end up with a level 45 Magnadramon. So from there, you can mix with a Mega Seadramon, and you'll end up with Metal Seadramon at level 50. Or with a Daramon or a Piccolomon, and that'll end up with a level 50 Griffinmon. Or a Chimeramon or a Boltmon, something along those lines, and you'll end up with a Metal Garurumon. Or you can go to Baihumon if you want to up the DP to 20, which at this point you'll be at 10, so you only need 10 DP ups to do so, as opposed to 20. Any vaccine or virus bug will take you to Heracles Kabuterimon, or as mentioned before, or you can go Holy Angemon, and then that'll get you to Seraphimon. If you want to get to Imperial Dramon, then you can go Magnadramon plus Piomon, and that'll get you to a level 47 Phoenixmon, and then Phoenixmon plus a Boot Domain double Madoki Betamon combined level 16 Dark Tyrannomon will get you to a Vmon that can turn into a level 50 Imperial Dramon. Of course, starting that's all from Magnadramon. One step before is the War Greymon, and as mentioned, you can take that and mix with Rosemon to end up with Plesiomon, or you can mix it with either an Omegamon or another War Greymon to end up with Metal Greymon, which can then either become War Greymon, or if you want to up the DP, you can get Omegamon. I would recommend going to Terra Domain and catching an Omegamon from there, because he'll have all three techniques, and using that instead of a wild Wargreymon. So you can get Grey Sword, Gururu Cannon, and well, you don't really need the heal, but you can get those two. Incidentally, that would be floor 28 and floor 70. So 28 is the lowest floor to get Omegamon, which isn't too bad overall. But yeah, so I'll be working on that, and then next time we'll finish with a Terra Domain run where we actually go to floor 99. So until then, hope you enjoyed and see you next time.